All right. I think this should be live now. Why do I have so much stuff around here? I don't even know what I'm doing. I'm sorry, y'all. My brain is all over. Anyways, salutations, y'all. It is not technically speaking Stitch Day, but you know, this is the start of the Stitch Day 26-hour readathon. What? Okay, that just wanted to give me a useless notification. Anyways, yep, Stitch Day readathon. I think I put it in the video description for these streams, actually, that this will go from 6 p.m. Central till 4 a.m. Central. So whatever that is in your time zone, move accordingly. You don't have to read the entire time. Okay? Y'all can be in and out. Do what you got to do. If you got to go to bed, you got to go to bed. Because it is Thursday. At least in my time, so it's still Thursday. So, definitely need to keep that in mind. If you have any obligations for tomorrow, I do have part 2 of these sprints. This is part 1. Part 2 of these sprints will start at 10 a.m. tomorrow Central. Yeah, I'm not wearing the Stitch Day suit honestly because like it isn't really officially Stitch Day. Also, I just didn't feel like it. I don't know. I'm kind of a bit tired right now, but I have enough energy to read. But I do feel a little bit lower on energy, not gonna lie, because I literally had to do things back to back for a long period of time for the past couple of weeks. So I'm kind of just like a little bit tired. But I do still want to host this readathon this year. I didn't want to cancel it because I always have fun. I mean, I not always, because like it's not like I've been doing this readathon for long, which is another reason why I wanted to do it this year. Because I only did it last year, and there's no videographic evidence. I mean, if you were there, you were there. But like if you weren't there, there's no proof of it, unfortunately. So, that's why I'm like, I'm determined, very determined to do this year. So even though I do not have my Stitch Day onesie, I do have Stitch related things. I still have my Stitch Lego thing here. I forgot when I put him together. He's still a little dusty now. Like he's been collecting dust for the past like year or so. But he's still looking cute. All right. I really like it. I'm very proud of myself that I have made this, I think a year or so ago. Maybe this was last year. I don't quite remember. Yeah, I don't remember, but I think it's been at least a year. So very happy about this. So I have that kind of putting it right behind y'all right now. And I have a bunch of other Stitch related stuff. I even have this figurine as well. Like, I'm here for Stitch stuff. You know, I have random things. And I even have this crochet kit, which I have not put together yet. I don't know if I quite have the energy to do it today, though. We'll see. No promises on the crochet kit, but I'm hopeful for it. Now, as far as what I plan to read, I definitely have some options. I just haven't quite figured out what I want to actually start off with. Since I have not been home for a bit for the past couple of weeks, I'm kind of trying to like update my reading journal at the same time. So I think I might start updating my reading journal first before I really start thinking about reading. And also I also did DNF a couple books today. So yeah, definitely kind of struggling here. We are trying to make it work, trying to push through, trying to make sense of everything. And yeah, so if y'all just joined, please do let me know in the chat if you're here for the readathon or if you're just here to like come in and out kind of thing, or if you're here for the readathon to read or do some stuff. I mean, do what y'all gotta do. Sorry. Yeah, y'all need to do what y'all gotta do. Let me put this laptop on my charger so that it doesn't die on us. Yeah, we should be pretty solid from here. And I do have our timer because we're going to use the timer. Let me see if I can share the screen for it. Yeah. So we're gonna start the very first sprint. And yeah, so again, if anyone comes in, just share what you're reading or working on if you're participating in the readathon. So happy reading, productivity, all the things, and we shall reconvene in 45 minutes. Salutations, y'all. That was the end of the first sprint. Let me know in the chat what you did. Let me get rid of that. Okay. So, welcome if you just joined for the Stitch Day Readathon. Where the idea is that you try to read as much as you can in 26 hours. I did not read. Generally, I had plans to start off this readathon, not only with reading, but my initial TBR plans could not come to fruition because Libby Holds said, "We are not doing this. You don't get to be great." And I said, "Libby, you're great for a lot of things, but you didn't have to go this hard to be an enemy of progress." You know what I mean? Did not appreciate it. So we're here. Oh, shoot. This thing's just... Okay, this is annoying. Sorry. Laptop. My Apple account is just being weird. What else? Oh, yeah. And also, I was trying to read even earlier today, and it's 2 books. And I said 2 books because one of them I had as an e-arc. You know what am I saying one of them as if I can't say what I'm talking about? I'm just going to say it. I DNF'd The Last Contract of Isako by Fonda Lee, and I also DNF'd There's Only One Sin in Hollywood by Rescheduled. 2 books I actually was really looking forward to reading this year. Only for me to end up DNFing both of them around a third of the way through, which really sucks too, because I actually put them both on pause. I wanted to still read both of them, but then I was like, no, I'm getting bored. Like I was just feeling like I'm numb, like I'm not engaging much from the story, so I had to DNF both those books, and I'm really upset about it. I still need to put in some feedback on NetGalley because I got them as like a e-arc and ALC, so I have to go on NetGalley to put in my feedback, and I haven't even done that because I'm still upset at the fact that I had to DNF those books. So I'm kind of feeling a little bit, I won't say jaded, but I'm definitely annoyed, not gonna lie. And also, I had plans today. I even had plans for this readathon to read, to continue reading Nana. Because I think the last time I hosted sprints, I forgot. When was the last time I hosted sprints? See, me were like, wait, when did I do this? I need to, hold up, y'all. I need to figure out when did I? Oh, yeah, it was end of the month. Yeah. The last book that I read in June was the 25th anniversary edition, volume 1 of Nana by Ai Yazawa, which is basically an omnibus edition, whereas the first 2 volumes of this manga series. That is technically speaking, no. Okay, I hate when that does the balloon thing. I did not need that. There's 2 volumes, and I really enjoyed it. I had a great time. I decided to continue on the manga series because I was just loving the series. And I even wanted to just continue reading the manga series during these sprints, only for me to not be able to do so. Because, like, for some dumb reason, I'm not able to have immediate access to volumes, 9, 11, and I think 13. And then also, I think volumes 15 through 21, which I'm like, why? I should be able to just borrow all of them at once, but whatever. So I only have volume 8 on loan right now, and I want to read volume 8 so I can get to volume. I just want to continue reading all the series, but now I'm like, I have to wait about 6 weeks for volume 9, and then I'll read volume 10. I mean, first I have to read volume 8, then I'll get to volume 9, but I have to wait 6 weeks. Then I get to volume 10, which is still available. Then I have to wait, I think, a couple weeks for volume 11. I'm like, why? It's annoying. Generally, it's annoying. So my plans kind of went kaput. My original plans for the Stitch Day Readathon went kaput with that. So I'm like, okay, what am I supposed to read now? Yeah, trying to figure that out. I still have 1 e-arc. Well, technically there's 2, but I did have a physical arc for one of them. I do have an e-arc that I did start reading called Ship Happens by Mason Deaver. It is their newest release that's coming out in August. It's contemporary transfer trans. Wait, is it transfer trans? No, don't do that. Hold up, let me do that. And then no, not that. Okay, you know what? I forgot I gotta do this. Okay, there. So I can stop taking up the spotlight. What was I talking about? Ship habits, right. Is it transfer trans? I don't think it was transfer trans. Is it? Me being like, is it transfer trans? Well, first of all, one of the protagonists is trans, so that much is for sure. I'm just like, I don't think the other person is. I'm pretty sure this is just a straight up gay romance, but I shall consult Mason Deaver's Instagram because that is who I trust with this. Even though I feel like I should already know this, but for some reason I can't figure that part out. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. It's not transfer trans, right? Not transfer trans, but it is second chance. And I have found myself enjoying mostly, somewhat, actually not mostly, that's not true. Half and half. It's hit or miss with second chance. I'm always intrigued to read a second chance romance, but it does be hit or miss because I'm very particular with how the second chance romance is done. So there's that. Yeah, and there's also forced proximity because they're in a ship, they're on a cruise ship with their friends, and yeah. Is a bunch of other stuff, but like that is basically the rundown there. Yeah, so that's an option. Kobo read, option, especially since romance easier to read if I feel a little bit sleepy, but ideally though best to start reading before you get sleepy. That's the key there. I do have the Odyssey by Homer, of course, the Emily Wilson translation that I could read since the movie is coming out, and I do want to watch the movie, but I have not read the original epic poem. I've only watched / listened to the Epic the Musical, which is an adaptation, but also I do know for a fact for those who have listened to the musical and is familiar with the Odyssey, it is completely different. I don't say completely, that's actually not totally true, but let's just say creative liberties have been taken, which I kind of figured as much. I think that's just fair. Just like the Christopher Nolan adaptation is taking some creative liberties as well. So again, makes sense. But again, I just need to start reading it. I just don't know if today is the day. Is today the day that I try to read Odysseus's story? I don't know. Acquiring minds will like to know. And I am acquiring minds. But I do have other options. I have Coexistence Stories by Billy Belcourt, which is a book that I think I either pre-ordered or I bought practically new when it came out a couple years ago. And I have yet to even pick this up. It's a short story collection, and it's very short. It's less than 200 pages. It's just a little bit over 150 pages. So like this, I should be able to get through pretty quickly. A short story collection has very short stories. What more can I want? And this is definitely a hopeful pick because I haven't been quite in the mood for horror, but I want to see if I can get back into Natural Beauty by Leland Huang. This is literary horror. I think I DNF'd it a couple years ago, but it was a soft DNF because I knew I was going to come back to this. I just have yet to do so. I really want to. I just don't know when that is. Especially since I'm still having I'm having a little bit of trouble getting my brain into reading horror. But also, though, with the Odysseys, that I've also have not been quite in the mood for a classic, so we shall see. Even though it's a different kind of classic, but, you know, classic and poetry, I'm like, So, sorry. Man, I am yawning. Just feeling a little tired, but still got enough energy at least. And, yeah. Yeah, so those are my options. But of course, there's a bunch of other options on my physical shelf. Let's see, what other options do I got? Did I borrow? So yeah, I also I have Nana Volume 8. That's an option. I think that's my first. I think that'll be my first go around. Actually, is to continue just reading Nana up until basically just read Volume 8, since I can't quite read Volume 9 right away. But as far as a nonfiction, though, I did just borrow Black and Blues by Imani Perry, and I've heard good things about this one, so I think I'm going to also try this out. But knowing myself, I'll try it out for like a couple hours and then end up DNFing it. Who knows? Who knows? But we're here. We're going to figure it out. We're going to struggle, but we're going to figure it out. Leslie's at work, of course. She is 2 hours behind me. So popping in just to say hi for lunch, had fries, and there must have been a tranquilizer in there because I'm so sleepy. And I thought that was like completely hilarious because I was just like, not a tranquilizer, like the French fries dipped in tranquil cough medicine, cough and cold medicine. Because what do you mean tranquilizer? And she said, my head is bobbing over here. I need those glasses that have eyes on it so my bosses can think I'm awake. And I'm like, your body says time for a nap. Hello, Mood Reader 3302. Salutations. Here for the readathon. You're just here for sprints. You're just here for vibes. Let us know. Hello, Scorpio Queen. What you reading? What you working on? Trying to say hi and things while we were sprinting. The two cozies and beyond, welcome. I DNF'd Natural Beauty at first too. Pick it up later and finish it. I still think about it every so often. That makes a lot of sense. I feel like it is a book I'm going to enjoy. Like, I know it. And I know that I'm going to enjoy Natural Beauty because I actually got an arc of Immaculate Conception last year, or was it 2 years ago? Was it last year or 2 years ago? Sometimes I'm always saying stuff and I'm like, wait, is that factually correct? And I have to correct myself because I generally don't remember. Let me check my arcs from last year. It was last year, right? Exactly. Yes. Immaculate Conception came out last year, so it was one of my arcs from last year. I read that one. It took me a while to read, but I really enjoyed Immaculate Conception, so I know I'm gonna really enjoy, maybe even love Natural Beauty. So I know this about myself. I gotta get back to this. Now the question is when. Take forever and a day. I'm gonna get there though. I'm gonna get there. Dropped in to hug the life again. Thank you, Glitter Librarian. Welcome. I want to read that Imani Perry book as well. Also, for those who don't know, because honestly I don't know much about Black and Blues, but it seems like it's about Black people. Excuse me, and their connection to the color blue and what that means for Black people. That's kind of like all I really know about it. And I think that's all I really need to know. I don't think I need to know much else about it. So that's why I'm kind of just like, I should try to start reading it. Maybe that'll be one for the second half of these readings, the second half of this readathon. Maybe that's something to try tomorrow. We shall see. But I do know for sure, though, my first read of this readathon is definitely going to be Nana Volume 8. Now, I can't really talk too much about that about the later volumes. In fact, I am actually currently filming a really long reading vlog right now. I might have to cut it short. We'll see. But it's in a reading vlog. My thoughts on Nana as a manga series. So y'all will get that video. Now, as far as when, I can't promise y'all. But it'll come out. Y'all will find out about it. So let me just. Hi. Whew. The yawn. I'm sorry for anyone who also is yawning because of my yawn. I'm sorry. I didn't want to spread my yawn, but I had to yawn. I think we should probably start the second sprint. I'm gonna doing these 4 to 5 minute sprints because I just feel like it's just easier. It also makes the transition from the sprint to when we talk a little bit easier because if it's an hour, I feel like it's too long. But I know 30 minutes is too short. I figure 45 minutes for these sprints is pretty solid. And also, you can do a lot and still have room to start the next sprint. So, yeah, anyways, let's start the next sprint. Oops, that's the wrong thing. Gotta let people know, whoever come in, what to do when they come in. Happy reading productivity, all the things, and good luck. Salutations, y'all. That was the end of the second sprint. Please let me know in the chat where you've gone in your reading. If you just joined, also please do share what you're reading or you're working on, all the things. Don't be afraid to say hi in the chat. Right now, my sibling was oh so gracious enough to have the EPUB downloadable links in a Google Drive for Nana, the manga series. So I'm kind of just like individually downloading every single volume. That's what I've been doing. We had to figure out though, make sure we got the right stuff, and I had to fix a couple things. So that's what I'm doing now. Kind of like downloading every single volume that I have at least already read. And also I'm trying to put this out because I'm putting it in like my I'm putting it in my Apple Books kind of thing. And since there's other stuff here, I'm gonna need to like oops. Sorry, I am trying to create a collection so that I can like easily find these manga volumes because I have other stuff that are downloaded in my Apple Books. Then I'm like, wait, why do I have this stuff downloaded on here? I don't know why. I'm weird for some reason. I need to audit this. So that's what I'm going to be doing for probably the next sprint until it's all done. And then I can continue on reading the manga series because that's just what I really want to do. I really want to read Nana. So this way is going to be better so that I can be able to read the manga series without having to rely on Libby for granting me the whole series to borrow. So that's what I'm going to have to do. Okay, is this thing like... Yeah, I'll just leave it the way it is. It'll figure itself out. So yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. Sorry, getting distracted. We'll see if I end up physically reading anything or getting through an audiobook. Probably not. I'm just going to be doing this for a bit. Maybe I'll start reading Black and Blues while I do this. So since I need to audit my Apple Books library. There's some random PDFs and stuff. And I'm like, why do I have this? Do I care about this? Most likely no, because I didn't even realize it was there. So how about y'all? Y'all let me know while we get that all figured out. Sorry. Man, I really am like kind of feeling tired. Like, what's up with that? I don't want to be on it so much. And also I have too many applications open. I'm trying to delete everything. Wait, did I already do this one? I don't remember. No, I did not. Okay. Sorry, just downloading stuff. Two Coasts and Beyond is working on an arc for the Inn at Mount Vengeance. The Inn? Sorry. The Inn at Mount Vengeance. Cozy fantasy, something not cozy just happened. Not sure about that now. However, I really want to read a cozy mystery. Is this a fantasy? By Chiara Bolin? The Inn at the... Oh, wait, hold up. You said the Inn at Mount Vengeance. No, the full title is the Inn at the Foot of Mount Vengeance. That sounds like it was hard to find. Behind every hero, there's a historian. An ambitious young scholar is sent to research the mysteries of an adventurer's inn, only to uncover a centuries-old secret in this heartwarming and poignant fantasy. Okay, can this thing stop being rude? I think my break stuff is too short. That's my issue. Wrong tap. There we go. Sorry again for the yawning. Let's see what else is here. So, Mount Vengeance is legendary, a monumental climb with a dragon at its peak. For most, it's an adventure or a quest to prove themselves worthy of fame and glory. For Ainsworth, it's perfect thesis material. Okay, yeah. Cozy fantasy, romance, dragon stuff. Okay. Then I think it is. Yeah. The inn at the foot of Mount Vengeance. Interesting. Cozy fantasy, and then something not cozy just happen. I mean, that's the thing about a cozy fantasy. Like, bad things can happen. When I think of cozy anything, I just think the stakes are just low. But also keep in mind that something bad can happen, but then the emotional stakes are not that high, which is, I feel like, contradictory. Which is why I'm particularly not quite a fan regarding a cozy fantasy or cozy anything, cozy fantasy, sci-fi, horror, mystery, whatever the genre tag is. Even romance. I mean, like, well, there's lighthearted and dark romance, but that's romance. But for the other genres, I'm kind of just like cozy fantasy. So basically, just fantasy with lower stakes, sci-fi with the plot that has lower stakes, horror, which, excuse me, that also just has lower stakes. Mystery also lower stakes. So it really is just about the amount of excuse me, stakes that can have it in the plot or maybe even like on a personal level. So something bad could happen to a character, but not necessarily mean that it's still not cozy. So, it depends, but then again, you're the one who's reading the book. So what do I know, right? Generally, like, what do I know? Um, but it is something that I have noticed in regards to cozy anything, mostly cozy fantasy, because I'm still somewhat of an avid fantasy reader, even though I've not read that much fantasy lately. Um, lately, but does not mean that bad things cannot happen. Some authors take the route of it's cozy because bad things don't happen, and other authors taking the route of, while the stakes are just lower, but it doesn't mean something bad cannot actually theoretically basically can actually happen. An author be an author do. But also, again, you're the one who's reading it, so maybe you know what the stakes are. So maybe it's not cozy in the sense that it's, even though we're supposed to expect the lower stakes, but it's a bit higher. Sorry again. I am yawning machine. I'm yawning McGee. I'll get that figured out. Okay, accurate proof so far. Not much has happened. Just waiting for someone to climb the mountain. Dang. Just had a flashback about possibly being in an abusive relationship. So that's the part that was not cozy. Right. Yeah, that makes sense. Like, it's something that happened in the past that is something that you're finding out on page, but it's not the point of the story. The point of the story is not about an abusive relationship. You just have a main character who unfortunately has a past being in a part of being in an abusive relationship, which is very unfortunate. Um, but yeah, that at least makes sense. Then waiting for someone to climb the mountain though is kind of crazy. I'm like, dang. Just waiting for, like, hey, can someone climb this thing so I can do my thesis? Which kind of, kind of funny though. That that's what we're doing. Like, wow, you just genuinely waiting for someone to show up at the mountain. Sorry, I am looking for. Okay. All right. Still trying to go through the downloads. This is annoying though, but gotta do what I gotta do. It's gotta export. Evidently, people don't actually climb the mountain. What? I'm sorry. What? They don't. What? They come to the inn and talk about it, and the inn go, honey? Eh? I'm already confused because I'm like, what do you mean they don't actually climb the mountain? I mean, granted, Mount Vengeance is kind of crazy thing to actually kind of call the mountain when this is supposed to be a cozy fantasy. Not gonna lie, that implies stakes. Wait, so they go to the inn, talk about it, and then go home. Okay, that's what this book is. Okay. See, this is why I don't be messing with cozy fans, because what? What do you mean? Yeah, that's kind of crazy because to me, I wanted to see people actually climb the mountain, but then again, maybe since it's also called Mount Vengeance, it's too much of high stakes because that means we have to worry about being emotionally attached to people and people dying or something if they don't get a chance to actually truly climb it, like people who try to climb Mount Everest kind of thing, you know. So kind of crazy there, but okay. Weird book, 70 pages in. How long is this thing? Not 700. A 700 page book like this. Child, I could never. But this is 350-ish pages. Like this for 7 pages in. Oh boy. Well, buckle up to Cozies and Beyond. I'm not totally sure if you're particularly a DNF kind of reader or you're someone who's just like, well, if I start reading the book, I gotta finish it. I don't know where you are in the must finish reading to I'm just gonna DNF scale. I don't know where you lie, but if it does not improve, at least like I think maybe 100 pages since you're already 70 pages, maybe a 100-page mark, or even slightly before then, even, you know, DNF. Okay, in case you're new here, I'm a pro DNFer. That house, me with my not only my average rating, but just honestly kind of just like flow and my motivation to want to read. That's just me, personally. But for everyone else, though, I do wonder, as well as for everyone else's current reads, if you are currently reading anything, how are y'all's current reads? Any recent DNFs at all? Did you finish reading anything? I'm the inquiring mind who would like to know whenever you want to share that. Because I'm still downloading these EPUBs. I've made it to volume 12 out of 21, so we're getting close to halfway there. No way, I'm already... Oh, actually, no way. It's 21 volumes. So yeah, I'm already halfway there. Cool. And then I can start reading for real, for real. But I still need to make sure that I audit my Apple Books collection, though. I'm going to figure that out. But for right now, I'm making it work, so that's good. UK, you DNF really easily when characters annoy, but characters have been annoyed, so see where it goes. Fair enough. For me, my main thing about DNFing a book is if whenever I get bored. Like I said, I did DNF 2 books today. 2 books that I was anticipating reading. One of my most anticipated releases, especially for the first half of the year. I was like, what? I'm DNFing this? But I genuinely just got bored. And that boredom could be for many reasons. 1, I'm not connected to the characters. 2, I'm not connected to the world, especially if it's speculative fiction. I need to be connected to the world. If not, I'm not going to care. 3, pacing. If I think the book is too fast or too slow, that just, it makes me not care. And sometimes it is the thematic work, like if there's a particular question, there's a particular portrayal of a character, there's a theme that the author wants to explore with certain characters, with the world building and the writing style. Like I'm just everything could just anything and everything can annoy me about a book that made me go, yeah. So we're done here. Oh shoot, cancel. I don't think that's what I meant to do. Yeah, there you go. Okay, sorry. I was almost about to download the same volume, and then I was going to get mad because I'm like, please do not download the same volume. Yeah. So, for example, the last contract of Isako by Fonda Lee, I generally got bored with the book. I had it as an e-arc from the publisher for a while, and then I stopped reading it as an e-arc on my Kobo, and I actually got a chance to get the audiobook from my library. And the audiobook definitely helped me to get along further into the story than the e-arc. However, I was not really able to stay that connected and locked into the story because it is a corporate, it's like science fiction, but we also do with like a corporate samurai, which I thought I'd be really interested in. And I do find the world to be interesting since this is centuries after Earth is no longer viable to live on. They have to live in an ice planet, basically, which I think is very believable if humanity does survive the destruction of our own planet, thanks to our fault. I mean, I think to me it makes sense that we would go to a whole different planet, most likely an ice planet, because it's so far away from our sun. And they find a way to live through that. Yeah, it's just that I guess my issue is there's not a lot of characters for me to really genuinely care about because this is more focused on Isako, and she's cool and all. She's an older protagonist. She's like in her 50s, which is like really cool to be able to read that. And like speculative fiction, especially. It's just my issue was that I didn't quite. She's interesting to a point. Like I just find her like, okay, you're pretty steady, but I need another character or several characters for her to bounce off of. Otherwise, I'm just bored because I'm like, I need more to stimulate my brain because I just find her kind of boring after a while. Interesting, but then eventually gets boring. Like I need more from her. I need more. And then the plot started getting a little bit interesting because like she decides to basically retire, which is basically go to her death because that's just the way that the society is built. And then like she finds out that her contract has been transferred to someone else as her former boss basically decided to go to the vastness to basically freeze to death, basically, without Isako's knowledge or any heads up or anything. So there's a bit of this like her trying to like find some dirt about this one person, and I think it's gotten to a position of power that her new client is now being like, hey, I need you to make sure this guy doesn't get to this position of power. Yeah, and there's some other stuff that's going on behind the scenes regarding that, which like makes sense and all, but I'm kind of like bored by it. I'm just like, I need to move on with my life. It's not interesting me anymore. And then with There's Only One Sin in Hollywood, I think that one I genuinely was like kind of bit bamboozled by the genre tags of it. Because when I think I requested it actually on NetGalley as an ALC. And I found out that it was like a historical queer mystery. I was like, oh, a mystery? Okay, I'm here for it. Only for me to read it, and I'm like, this doesn't quite read like a mystery novel. And then I see on StoryGraph that the mystery tag was removed, which, yeah, I think is very appropriate. This is very more like a queer historical fiction novel. And it's not giving much mystery because the idea of it is that we have this Hollywood fixer named Aaron. Was it Aaron Toussaint? Yeah. And he's reminiscing about this black, most likely closeted gay man, and who's present in Hollywood, and apparently he was murdered. Apparently, or like he's murdered, like he ends up being dead. So he's just reminiscing the truth of how he ended up being dead. So I'm assuming it's a murder to me, but honestly, who knows? It could have been a suicide. Who knows? I don't know. I didn't get far into the story to know, but I was like, I was hoping mystery with historical fiction, not historical fiction that appeared to have been mystery. So I felt a little bit bamboozled by the genre tag, because otherwise I would have not even really bothered. So that's really unfortunate for me. Yeah, so really it's just the mislabeling of the genre for that one for me that made me go like, okay, I'm kind of bored. And also I think the pace was just a little too fast. I think it's very too fast pacing. So that also did not help things for me. But you know, we're here. And yeah, but regardless though, those books, The Last Contract of Isako by Fauna Lee, and There's Only One Sin in Hollywood by Rashid Newson, those are books I still recommend to y'all. Like, if any of y'all are interested, I still think those books are good. They weren't bad books. They're just books that really genuinely did not work for me at all. I was not the target audience. I thought I was, only for me to find out that no, I'm not really, this doesn't quite work for me. Which is unfortunate, but it happens. And those are just books I'm like, you know, even though it didn't work for me, I could easily see how people will enjoy this. It's just unfortunate that I am not one of those people. Like, I am jealous that I am not one of those people at all. Like, it could be good, but it does sound like it's going slow. It is a bit of a slower build up because you're trying to get like the corporate politics of it all. As far as like who wants what and what's the motivation for this, who's covering up certain crimes that this government or organization has done in the past, and this and the third, which, like, yeah, it makes sense and all. And maybe if I was a little bit more patient, it could have been a really good payoff, but I'm interested in other things right now. And I've been reading that book for a while. Actually, let me check back. When did I start reading that book? Okay, so I'm going on my sword graph. And it looked like I started reading it the 3rd of April. I put the book on pause on the same day. Then I came back to it in June because, again, in April, I was in school. So I was like, oh, shoot. I'm starting this book. I'm not quite in the mood for it. Let me put the book on pause, wait till I'm done with school to come back to it. So I came back to it the 2nd of June. Read it for like about 2 weeks, put it on pause. Came back in July. Read it for a few days, and I decided, yeah, this is just not it for me. This is just not the story for me. And it's really frustrating because, like, Fonda Lee's one of my favorite authors, and it kind of sucks that I was not a fan of this one, like, at all. Because, I mean, Fonda Lee's the author of the Greenbone Saga, and I love the Greenbone Saga, but I also realized that the Greenbone Saga had a lot more characters for me to care about. I mean, there's different kinds. There's a lot of like politics going on, but it's like geopolitical and interpersonal kind of politics and drama. While The Last Contract of Isako is more about the greater, like the outside, more of the more bigger themes, which is fine and all. But I also found out I'm not a corporate person. Anything regarding corporate does seem to be the most boring for me. So that's kind of my fault for not realizing that sooner. But you know, we're here. Yeah, they're wrong. Wrong day. I end up disliking the book. I would DNF in that case. Yeah, which is what I did, honestly. But also I felt like the book was even marketed a little bit as a mystery. So unfortunately, it wasn't just the genre tax. It was also because of how the book was marketed, being historical, queer, and a mystery. So it's not really a mystery. It did not read mystery. It just read like a queer historical fiction with maybe a backdrop of mystery, but not enough for it to be like a major genre, like a major focus. Like if you're a mystery reader, you should read this. It didn't give me that at all, which is very unfortunate. because I'm not an avid mystery reader. I'm very particular with the kind of mystery that I read, especially with thrillers too. Like mystery and thrillers, I'm so picky with those genres. So very unfortunate that I also had to didn't if there's only one sin in Hollywood. But I will say though, I really did like the writing style by Rashid Newson. I've never read anything from this author before. And I kind of realized that I really like his writing style. And I do know his debut novel, My Government Means to Kill Me, came out a few years ago. I actually want to try reading that book. Let me double check on the genre text on that one. I'm pretty sure that one's also a queer historical. See, now I know that is a queer historical novel. I can come into it with the right mindset. Like, okay, it's queer historical fiction, which I do like reading queer historical fiction every now and then. So I am going to read more from this author in the future. Let's just like I'm going to read more from Fauna Lee. Whenever her next book is, I'm going to read it. That's not young adult though. I don't read her young adult books because I'm not much of a young adult reader anymore. But her adult books, yes. So it's unfortunate that I DNF both these books. I'm still happy though that I am still willing to read more from those authors because I've read books where I DNF the book and I have no interest in reading anything else from the author, like at all. Which is unfortunate, but it happens. So this is very much a worst case scenario where I DNF the book when I'm still interested in reading more from these authors. So I guess that's somewhat of a loss, but also kind of a win at the same time. I'm just gonna have to be a little bit more particular on the kind of premises that they have in the future. But can't complain too much, honestly, about that. Anyways, yes, I have finally now have downloaded all of Nana volumes, as you can see here. I have a whole collection here now on Apple Books with all the volumes. Now, granted, though, I do need to go back to the 8th volume that I borrowed from the library. I'm going to read that version because then I can read it like this. Unlike the Apple Books, unfortunately, because I think it was formatted for an e-reader, so I had to read it like this, and I'm like, dang. But then again, it kind of reminds me as if I had them physically, because if you have it physically, you can see both pages. I don't know if I do it this way. I like doing it this way though, so that I can like get the screen. Like I really want to have a nice big screen. This is where I'm at, y'all. Chapter 25, which is in volume 8. Okay, I need to lock the position in the screen because I don't like how that's shifting. So next sprint for sure, I'm starting reading volume 8. Okay, like that's not even like to be funny or like, I might change my mind. No. I'm locked into Nana. Like this is what I want when I'm reading a book. I want to be locked in. And that's what I'm gonna do. Oh, wait, do these manga volumes get longer? Ooh. Okay, they don't quite get longer. So for the longest volume I read was, well, volume 2 was kind of long. It was like 200 pages. Volume 7 was 201 pages, but I think the longest one I just saw was for volume 9. It was nearly 300 pages. What the heck happened in that one? That must have been eventful. I look forward to reading volume 9 now. Okay, I found the digital edition. There we go. Cool. So we should probably then start the next sprint. This should be the 3rd sprint, if I'm remembering correctly. You know what? I'm going to need to edit this. Let me edit the message. There we go. So that I can always remember what sprint we're on. And I just have to update it every time we do our sprints. So, yeah. Okay, y'all. Happy breeding productivity, all the things. And we should reconvene in 45 minutes. Good luck. Apologies, y'all. That was the end of the third sprint. My bad. That I did not come back. I was just chit chatting with my sibling here. We were just talking about manga and sapphic manga specifically because I'm gonna be letting y'all know what chapter am I on. What? Oh my gosh! I'm only halfway through the 25th chapter. I need to hurry up. Okay, still the beginning of volume 8. Chapter 25. Apparently, I'm in the middle of it. I thought it was a little bit further, but never mind. This is reading to me very much sapphic, even though it's not. I don't think this manga series is marketed as sapphic. I did not know that going in that this was going to be sapphic. However, reading this manga series, reading the internal monologues of both Nanas. Now, granted, I feel like this manga series is mostly a Nana K's perspective. We do get. This is the second time right now we get a glimpse of Nana O's perspective and her internal monologue. But it's very clear to me that these two Nanas are very much attracted to each other. Now, granted, though, they're not like pursuing that attraction because, well, the societal pressure of always being with a guy and basically, okay, hold up. All right, hold up. Let me get rid of that so I can have my thought. Basically, the two Nanas are attracted to each other, but not pursuing this attraction because they are both dealing with compulsory heterosexuality in very different ways. One, Nana K is the boy crazy one. Nana O, she already has a boyfriend, but but to me, I don't know. It's very like a, not gonna lie, that relationship is kind of codependent. But then once she now met Nana K, I feel like that relationship with Ren is probably going to shift. But also, though, I feel like I think Nana O's relationship with Ren, her boyfriend, like his importance to her can easily shift depending on what Nana K is doing because, again, she's boy crazy. So it's like a weird push and pull between the two that has created particular consequences between their own relationship and their growing attraction between the two of them. Now, regardless if they actually want to pursue this as anything romantic or not, I'm curious to see if that's where this is going to go as far officially, like they're actually going to talk about it or they actually engage in and act on that kind of attraction. But it's very apparent to me that I'm like, okay, you two are very much attracted to each other. Now, as far as you actually going to engage in that, I don't know yet. It's there, though. Trust and believe it's there. Especially if they do have their boyfriends in the relationship. I feel like there's a particular envy and jealousy between the two of them. One is definitely particularly jealous of the other, and their own slightly different reasons, but very similar reasons. It's very fascinating to me. I really love this manga series, and now I'm like, I need to keep reading. And that's just between the two Nanas. Now that's just them. There are also other like side characters that we're also following, that we also get some tidbits and some backstory regarding them in relation to the two Nanas because of these bands. One that Nana O is a part of, and the one that Nana O's boyfriend Ren is a part of. That whole thing, how these bands are basically intertwining with themselves. Very fascinating. Like, I'm very fascinated. I'm also very curious to see how that will also change certain dynamics. Because I feel like some of the relationships that we even starting to form a little bit so far in the series, I feel like that's going to come to roost a little bit in certain character relationships as we continue to progress in the series. Like, I am loving the series so much, and there's so much of it I really want to talk about, but like I can't quite because then I have to really talk what's actually specifically happening. And also I need to continue on reading this volume. This is just me reading halfway through chapter 25. But child, if any of y'all have not read this series, please do. Granted, it is not finished. This series is on pause indefinitely from the mangaka, and I hope she'll come back to finish this series. However, each volume does end with the feeling that you could end it right there, but you still want more. So it's still there. So like if I get to volume 21 and at the end it's like, I could see that this will be a somewhat of an ending point, but then for me it just won't be satisfactory because I'm like, I want more. So I'll be very curious if the mangaka comes back to continue on the series. What would be like the true ending of Nana, But we'll find out about that when we get there because right now I'm just focusing on volume 8. Hey, Paulina, totally forgot it was Stitch Day. How exciting. I mean, makes sense because, again, it's not like it's actually Stitch Day. It's just the postpone. But I'm glad you're here. Yesteryear. Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of buzz with Yesteryear lately. A lot of people are, like, reading it. I've seen people who enjoyed it, some people who didn't like it. I don't know. There's just a lot of, like, it just seems to be, like, a lot of, conversations about it, which is good. I was kind of initially thinking discourse, but I'm like, I don't think it's quite a discourse. It's just a conversation. Like people have their opinions and they're conversating with other people and what they think about it. Sorry, I'm looking for if I can find it. Where did I put the one thing? I'm trying to look for my particular lip gloss, but I don't remember where I put it. It should be in this backpack. Sorry, this is... Oh, found it. Yeah, I was in the wrong flap. Gotta get mine. What was this one? Rose Hip Oil lip gloss. But yeah, I've seen a lot of people talk about Yesteryear. I've seen people really enjoy it. I don't know if I would. It is a particular satire of a trad wife influencer, and I don't care for trad wife influencers. But it does sound like a pretty entertaining story, even though I have heard, though, the middle... There's a certain part of the story that has a weird pacing. So I don't know if that's what you think, Paulina. Regardless, though, let the people know your thoughts on Yesteryear. I would love to know as well. Two Cozies and Beyond, starting to get sleepy. Thanks for the sprints. I'm actually sat still. And read for a while. Well, that's good. I'm glad you were able to read a little bit. And thank you for joining us for the Stitch Day Readathon. Also, very curious as well for anyone else who just joins as well, as far as what you are also reading. Please do share. Sorry, I'll just change my thingamabobber. Okay, cool. Getting all of the things ready to go. All right, cool. All right. I think we should start the next sprint. Yeah, we're gonna make some progress, y'all. Also, I hope I get much further the next time I talk to y'all. 27%. Ooh, pretty solid. Okay. Exactly there. Really dislike her, but it's interesting, so I'm still listening. You know what? That part right there. Because yeah, it does sound like something where it's like a very unlikable main character, but also you're fascinated as far as like, how do we get here? Like why are we here? Also, the premise is interesting. Where if I remember correctly, the tri-wife influencer is trapped in the past or something, in a time of where women, well, basically truly had no rights and had to work on a farm with no modern day technology. So, yeah. Which I think initially was just something that she just put up as a setup, I think. Honestly, I don't really remember. But I do remember Elizabeth from Plant Based Bride. I remember her filming a whole reading vlog, reading Yesteryear. So that's how I knew anything about like what's happening in that book. Which is, yeah, anything Elizabeth said in her Yesteryear dedicated reading vlog is like what I know about the story, which I don't remember much from that video. So yeah, I heard it was a pretty wild ride though, but also very fascinating. Interesting premise, even if it's a lot of it, it's quite awful thinking. We'll see how it goes. Yep. Traumatic. Oh, yeah. I can imagine when you're used to the modern technology, especially when the main character, again, trad wife influencer, That's all said with the husband, the kids, the farm, this and the third. But then clearly, when the camera's cut, you see that she's using all this modern technology to post these videos, and her husband doesn't really do much. Piece of shit, like just useless, truly. So traveling to the past, like I don't know, it's like 100, 200 years or something. I can imagine being it traumatic. Ugh, can never be me, especially not me. Ugh, child. 200 years ago. First of all, my family immigrated to the United States. That's one. 200 years ago, if I went back to time, I would not even. Y'all, you know what? Y'all know. Y'all know. I don't need to explain myself. Y'all know. Y'all know what's up. I won't even be alive. Let's be for real. Anyways, we should definitely start the next sprint. I think I got it there. Got it here. This is now the fourth sprint. So in case anyone shows up, share what you're reading, what you're working on as we continue on with these sprints. Because we will be sprinting until 4 a.m. Central Time. So that's a full 10 hours. So at least that's the goal, to get to 4 a.m. At least until before I get too sleepy. If I get too sleepy, we'll have to cut it short. But the goal is no later than 4 a.m. So buckle up, y'all. Anyways, happy reading, productivity, all the things, and we shall reconvene in 45 minutes. Good luck. Salutations, y'all. That was the end of the fourth sprint. As you can see, we finally have a long break. Like, dang. Let me get the thing ready. Messed it up. Okay, there you go. Anyways, what chapter am I on? I'm on the middle of chapter 27. That's where I'm at in volume 8 of Nana by Ai Yazawa. And sorry, y'all. I just have to quickly talk to my mom, who has to pick up one of my siblings from work. Yeah. Yeah. I'm what chapter am I again? 27. Yeah. Y'all. Drama. This volume, I'm like, I'm already like, oh my gosh. I thought the drama was like I mean, the seeds of the drama was right there. They were right there. The seeds were just right there. And now starting to sprout a little bit, where the drama's starting to sprout. I'm like, ooh boy, this is interesting. I wonder how this is going to change certain dynamics now. So much has just happened. Like again, I can't talk to y'all about it because it's completely spoilery. But ooh boy, like something happened to one of the nanas, and I'm interested to see how this is going to change the dynamic for certain relationships. That's all I can really say. Hey, Julie, how are y'all doing tonight? I think we're doing pretty solid. I was feeling a little bit sleepy earlier, but now I feel like I'm like more settled. I mean, I did went to bed pretty late last night, so I think I'm in the point of my body's energy level to that's like, oh, we actually are in it now. I also had like dinner and stuff. I probably want to munch on something again, anyways. So I have more energy, and then I'm also reading Nana, the manga series. I'm like rolling. So what you doing? How the boys? I'm assuming. I think you're an hour ahead of me, so they definitely should. I mean, even if you're an hour behind me or 2 hours behind me, they definitely should already be in bed and have their dinner. So, because it's already 10 p.m., 10 right now, Central. So, how the boys? What you gonna read? What you gonna do? You got some work to do? Probably got some work to do. Oh no, this is not the last. Oh no, the fourth sprint was not the last sprint. Scorpio Queen. This is a Stitch Day readathon. We are here till 4 a.m. Central, which is 5 a.m. Eastern, 3 a.m. Mountain, 2 a.m. Pacific. Yeah, that's the right time zone for the United States. Elsewhere, I don't know. Actually, 4 a.m. Central. That should be 10 a.m. British Standard Time, I think. Yeah. So we're here till 4 a.m. So no, definitely not the last sprint. We have more sprints to go. We have a lot of sprints to go. Okay, you have some housework to take care of. Going to start the evidence of things not seen. What is this? I've never heard of this from James Baldwin. What is this? The evidence of things not seen. What is this? James Baldwin. Huh? Over 22 months, In 1979 to 1981, nearly 24 children were inexplicably murdered in Atlanta despite national attention and outcry. They were all black. James Baldwin investigated these murders, the black administration in Atlanta, and Wayne Williams, the black man tried for the crimes. Because there was only evidence to convict Williams for the murders of two men, the children's cases were closed, offering no justice to the families of the country. Baldwin's incisive analysis implicates the failures of integration as the guilt party, arguing there could be no more devastating proof of this assault than the slaughter of the children. As Stacey Abrams writes in her foreword, the humanity of black children, of black men and women, of black lives has ever been a conundrum for America. 40 years on, Baldwin's writing reminds us that we have never resolved the core, do Black Lives Matter? Unequivocally, the moral answer is yes, but James Baldwin refuses such rhetorical comfort. In this, his last book, by Excavating American Race Relations, Baldwin exposes the hard-to-face ingrained issues and demands that we all reckon with them. Damn, and this is his last book that he ever wrote before his death? Dang. Because I'm like, what is this? I never heard of this by James Baldwin. Child. 24 black kids were murdered? And he did a whole investigation. Wow. I've never, ever, ever heard of this. Wow. That's some dark stuff. But also, unfortunately, is also very important. Because also, unfortunately, black children are still being murdered. Like, just recently, Nolan, unfortunately, I don't remember his last name, but I remember his first name, Nolan. Like, I don't know if any of y'all have heard the story about an 18-year-old black boy named Nolan. He went on this island off of the coast of Mississippi with a group of white friends, quote unquote, and those friends left the island with his phone and said he was just missing. Didn't say anything about the last time, like nothing. It's still, I don't think right now, it's still recent, unfortunately. And they were able to at least find his body, but child, nah. And he's not the only one. Like, that's just one instance, and there's also some other instances, other names that I'm not familiar with, but Nolan's just the most recent one that I know of. So it's a very timely kind of piece of nonfiction to read. And unfortunately, even according to Goodreads, I'm looking at Goodreads, it says here it came out in 85. I mean, the book did say it was like 40 years, and yeah, 4 whole decades. Okay, this is right. I'm sorry, I could not remember his last name. Nolan Wells. This is for anyone who is wondering, but yeah, Nolan Wells, unfortunately, was. I'm just gonna say that he was murdered. I think it was initially ruled as like possibly a suicide, but I'm like, there is no way in hell that this was murder. I don't have proof, but like. This is murdering of a black boy. And I don't know, it was also kind of weird for me to even look at threads sometimes when we were finding more about the information, and we can find even his body, and just like seeing the response, especially from black people, about the circumstance and the fact that he was missing before we even found his body, to even know if he was even alive. And it's just like, seeing how they reacted, like their reaction about it was really insidious as well. It just seemed like to me like they just wanted to lecture the parents, like, oh, why would you let your black boy go on this remote island with these white kids? Why would you do that? Like, kind of like victim blaming the parents, which I think that's completely insidious. Like, they're already agreeing with the fact their child is most likely dead before we found out about his body. So that really did irritate me, I think, last week. Yeah, I think I was hearing about the news last week. Or was it this week? I don't even know the concept of time anymore. I don't know if it was last week, only a few days ago. I don't know. We're in Thursday, so my brain is just like, I don't even know. But it is very frustrating when I saw that kind of reaction from Black people, shaming these Black parents. Like, no, save your think piece lectures to yourself. Right now, this is grieving and trying to find answers, which they're still trying to find answers. Like, what the hell happened? And this is only one case. So keep in mind as well that this has happened multiple times for, at this point, centuries, as far as missing Black children. Let's just be for real and be honest. So it was just really frustrating to see that kind of response, especially from Black people. It's like, why the fuck would you say that? Why would you do that? If you're gonna be like that, don't interact at all on the internet. Don't, just be with yourself. Keep that to yourself. I am the firm believer, if you have nothing to really that's gonna benefit the conversation, just keep it to yourself. Writing in a personal diary that's not accessible for the outside public to know, and just keep it to yourself. Just keep it to yourself, because that kind of stuff really pisses me off, truly. And I know he's not the only case. Like, there's other kids, unfortunately, who are in that kind of situation, and you find a body, or you don't even find a body, or you find a body years after the fact, or remains after the fact. Unfortunately, it's just that kind of stuff that just really irritates me. And that case from like that period of time where 24 Black children were murdered, man. And then James Baldwin trying to like tell people like, do y'all really believe Black Lives Matter? Truly? Because if so, why aren't you protecting the children? It's just, it's very irritating. But yeah. It is very unfortunate. I do believe people have just become desensitized. It's like, well, that's just the experience. That's just something you just have to know. And it's like, it doesn't have to be this way. We shouldn't have to accept this as our reality. We can change that. We really can. So I don't want to hear that at all. In fact, it's not being productive. It's being reductive, in my personal opinion. Those opinions harm real people, right? Like, we're talking about a real child here. This is a real Black boy. Even if it's a fictional one, I'm like, I don't do that either. Like, don't do that. Even if it's a fictional one, I'm like, no. Okay, because this is too real. That was too often for too long. It's so irritating. I just had to say something. I just had to say it because yeah, it's just very frustrating and disheartening to see that kind of reaction, and especially members of your own community who are like that. So yeah. Oh yeah, so Scorpio Queen wanted to say hi to Julie, and Julie is reading He Who Drowned the World by Shirley Parker Chan. This is the sequel to She Who Became the Sun. Don't know how long I'll be able to stay on because I've worked tomorrow, but I'll stay on as long as I can. Hey, do what you gotta do. I also will be live tomorrow as well at maybe 10 a.m. my time, but it will go until 8 p.m. tomorrow as well. So I do have part 2. So, jump in whenever you can, whenever you have the time. But I'm just glad that you are here right now. So yeah, I appreciate you here. And also, I like to hear your thoughts on He Who Drowned the World, because that was my favorite in the duology. They were in bed at 9, which is late for them. Well, yeah, but sometimes you get a chance to stay up a little bit. Yeah, I want to get some reading done. Oh yeah, we are going to get a lot of reading done. This readathon is meant for when we read, but also as well when we don't have time. When we have breaks in between the reading, we just talk about whatever. And I just have to talk about Nolan Wells because it irritated me with that response. And also, I hope there is justice. Hope we get more information about it as well for the family. Yeah. I'm going to say it in kitchen. I'm happy to listen. Thanks, Julie. I really do appreciate it, though, because it just needed to be said, truthfully. And that's just the stuff that matters. Because even the parts that it matters, but also doesn't quite matter, but I feel like it does matter. I keep thinking about the FIFA Men's World Cup. Because the World Cup, the FIFA World Cup for football, which is what we see here, which, sport we call soccer here, which still irritates me. Not gonna lie. We call it soccer here. And every time I see commentators, especially on Fox Sports, talk about it. They keep saying soccer, but I'm like, but they do know that even though United States is one of the 3 host countries for the Men's World Cup. Okay, let me just do that. Let me put this away. Because like even like I've been watching. I mean, I'm gonna say this, okay? Because I kind of want to talk about the World Cup a little bit. So sorry to anyone who doesn't really watch sports and doesn't care about the World Cup, but something really has been bothering me about this World Cup. And to be fair, I will say this: keep this in mind. I have not watched a World Cup match ever before until this year. I want to keep that in mind. All right, I just want to be honest with that. I've not watched much of soccer/football before the World Cup. However, I have watched sports for at least a couple of years. So I can tell when I hear about commentators or sports analysts and TV show hosts who talk about the World Cup, as long as I also educate myself on the sport and also how the World Cup works, that there have been parts of it that are really they're really enjoyable to watch and to engage with. And there's parts of it that was really annoying to the point that I actually am not watching the rest of the tournament. I'm still keeping track of like who's winning the games, but also I'm not watching the games anymore because Team Argentina, a talented team. Okay, I kind of, do I want to make that comparison? Yeah, Argentina to me gives off Kansas City Chief vibes. A talented team that the league likes to see if they could help them, if they could make sure they can win a game. I think more so FIFA World Cup is a lot more apparent with it to me than like the National Football League with American football regarding the Kansas City Chiefs. Because tell me why Argentina, that was this close to losing to Cabo Verde, who for the first time actually in the nation's history, first time they even got to the World Cup. Okay, the men's team. I'm talking about the men's team. I've heard they have a women's team. They're trying to qualify for the Women's World Cup that's happening next year, but that's neither here nor there. I'm talking about the men's team. Cabo Verde. This is their first time being in the World Cup, right? They make it through the group stage to get to the round of 32 for the first time ever. They play their first knockout stage game. And they go toe for toe against this Argentina team that are the defending champs. They have this player that the league, or I guess maybe really the world, because again, this is football. This is a global sport. People recognize Lionel Messi as like one of the greatest of all time. People even argue as him being the greatest of all time, which I don't fully agree. But you know, what do I really know? Okay, I'm just one person on the internet here with my own personal opinion. But tell me why they go toe to toe, and there's just certain things that happen in that game that I'm just like, because the way the sport worked, at least in the World Cup, is also really irritating to me. And how there is stoppage time, where if you take time away from actually playing the game, they add extra time at the end so that you make sure you play the full actual 90 minutes of football. And at the end of that game, because it went into extra time, which is basically overtime, where you play an additional 30 minutes. And tell me why within the stoppage time, it was less than 5 minutes. And I'm like, that should have been longer. I truly believed that the stoppage time should have been longer. So that's just one. The one game with Argentina's team that really, really made me mad was their match against Egypt in the round of 16. This one I felt was a lot more apparent that FIFA really is making sure that Argentina, while they are a talented team, don't get me wrong, Lionel Messi, I don't see him as the GOAT of the sport. I can see him as being very talented. He's on the older side, but he's still talented, still helpful to the team, not less of a hindrance. However, there were some calls that were going on in that game, and I'm just like, now see, why'd y'all do that? Like, they also have this virtual assistant referee or VAR as well that like can look at a play. Apparently, they can look at a play that happened 30 seconds ago. That if a team got a chance to score a goal, they can go back like, hey, this foul that happened 30 seconds ago, 20 seconds ago. Check that out. Oh, it's a foul. Sorry, the goal that you just scored, we have to take that away so we can give this other team, Argentina, a free kick. Irritating, but okay, we're going to come back to that because later on in the game, a foul was committed by Argentina to one of the players for Egypt. Except, we keep on going, right? They get to the other side of the field, they score a goal. Except, the referee does not use VAR review to see the thing that happened and occur was that a foul. Because when Argentina did it, when Argentina was being fouled by Egypt, you had a VAR review and took away Egypt's goal. But then when Argentina commits a foul against Egypt, you aren't even willing to look at the VAR. And mind you, the players and the coaching staff asked the referee, hey, why is this not being VAR reviewed right here? This play, why wasn't this VAR reviewed? Instead, they get a yellow card, which is, if you don't know, a yellow card is basically like, it's kind of like a warning. If you get like 2 yellow cards, you get suspended for the next game or whatever. And then one of the coaching staff members got a red card. It's just card. It's just card. And then I'm like, excuse you? Like, you're going to give them cards all of a sudden? Okay. Now, granted, I do think it was more than just the football itself. Because, again, I do think that I truly believe that the referee was probably paid to make sure that Argentina does not lose this game, especially not to an African nation, especially not to an African nation that is Muslim, that also has the head coach outwardly been spoken on the liberation of the Palestinian people, saying free Palestine, having a Palestinian flag. Like, he's the head coach. Why do I not remember his name? I'm sorry, I don't remember the head coach for Egypt's national team, men's team. I don't remember his name. I'm so sorry, but he's been a very loud advocate for the Palestinian people and their liberation and all that. And I just feel like, especially since FIFA is very invested in Argentina, and especially Lionel Messi, because apparently Lionel Messi is a Zionist. Okay? And I'm like, okay, I see. I see. Okay. Yeah. Just to believe, y'all, sports is very political. It is very political. And it's very apparent when you're playing in a global international stage. It's just that FIFA is basically at this point not even trying to pretend like they can't be influenced by political leaders. As some maybe of y'all have known about Florian Balogun's red card being suspended. Except that his red card is now going to be enacted in a year. It's basically a probation period for him. And the fact that President Donald Trump had to call in the FIFA commissioner, be like, hey, can you suspend his red card so he can play against Belgium? That didn't even matter because United States just got bodywalked by Belgium in the round of 16 anyways. It didn't even matter. We didn't even beat Belgium. We weren't even close. We didn't even look competitive. So I'm like, what was even the point anyways? But I will say this much. If Balogun was not on the field, I think the score would have been 6-0 or something. I think it would have been a hell of embarrassing. But regardless, for those, because I've also looked as well on threads, apparently for those who at least watched the World Cup for several times before, they know that FIFA is corrupt. I did not know this. I new to the bandwagon on this World Cup. But it was just too apparent with the Argentina versus Egypt game that I'm just like, I just can't watch the games anymore. So I didn't watch France versus Morocco for the quarterfinals, and I knew that Morocco being the last African nation left in this tournament, I was like, they're going to be the next ones to go, especially against France, which, by the way, Morocco and France went against each other in the last Men's World Cup in the semis, Morocco lost. So I was like, yeah, they're just gonna lose again. I mean, granted, I do think Team France has a very talented group. I do like Kylian Mbappe. I think he's really cool. It's just that the French team is full of a lot of players who have African descent, which also is something for me. Is something I'm also realizing as well with this World Cup that um, players that are from African nations could definitely play with more European teams because of the structure, the management, the pay. It's just better for them in the European teams than like their African nation teams. I mean, looking at Team Senegal when they blew their 2-0 lead against Belgium in the round of 32, and I'm still mad about that. But it was really bad coaching, bad management because you can't blow a 2-0 lead with 80 at the 80th, like the 80th to 86th minute mark, and I just I've just been very frustrated with the men's World Cup. So if any of y'all have watched the women's World Cup late, like if any of y'all been watching the World Cup, not just the men, but also the women, can y'all let me know if the women are just much better, that I don't have to deal with this kind of shit? Because I can't, okay? I can't deal with this much heartbreak 2 years in a row. And I'm not even finishing watching the men's cup. I'm just like keeping track of like, okay, someone won, someone lost, and I'm not even bothered watching a highlight or anything like that. Okay, because I just can't. Especially now with Argentina. I was like, if Argentina gets the World Cup final, I'm gonna remember their matches against Cabo Verde and Egypt and just be completely upset. That's all. That's just my 2 cents. Left. Unfortunately, Julie, they already played against France today, I think. Yeah, they played against France today and they lost 2-0, which is very upsetting. Like, I knew they're the last team left, but I knew that they were just going to be gone. They were not going to make it to the semifinals. It's just irritating. Has been a frustrating side, truly. Oh, so truly. Now, I will be surprised if I end up watching the Women's World Cup next year. Like, I know that the U.S. women's national team is really good. In fact, they have 4 World Cups already. So I know the talent's definitely going to be there. I just hope that we're not going to get as much controversy and such blatant corruption in the Women's World Cup next year, which is going to be in Brazil. So I think that's going to be pretty lit, actually, since it's going to be Brazil. But I think the United States might I think they're going to host the next one, I think. Maybe. I think they'll be one of the host countries for the Women's World Cup. I don't know. I'll have to look at Wikipedia for that one. I know. Frustrated sigh. Yeah, they were eliminated today. I was like, well, unfortunately, I knew y'all were going to be the next ones because FIFA does not want African nations to be great. They did this during the women's hockey finals. The refs in Minnesota hardly called any fouls for Minnesota Frost. Now, granted, Minnesota Frost is my team. Even though I don't watch hockey, they made a team. But hey, I don't like that though. I don't like the referee favoring certain teams to win, and I'm just like, see, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Or maybe I'm bitter because I hate the Frost. I mean, maybe it's the bitterness, but also it could be the fact that the referees are looking a blind eye to what the Frost are doing versus their opponents. I mean, it doesn't happen in sports. Don't get me wrong. It happens sometimes even the NFL. I definitely know it happens to the men's basketball league and the women's basketball leagues. Well, it happens there as well. Ooh, child. Speaking of the WNBA, tell me why. Hold up, because this legitimately just reminded me of something. Actually, hold on. Let me look at Paulina. Oh, hey, Paulina. You just took a shower. You got to 35%. Okay, that's good. What were you reading again? Hold up. I'm going to look back. Oh, yeah, yesteryear. That's right. It was yesteryear. I remember now. You took a shower. Okay, good. Yeah, good. Yeah. What was I saying? Yes. Okay. Also, I need to charge my laptop. Why did I take it off? It's at 35%. Okay. What was I saying? Yes. WNBA. Tell me why. I saw I think it was some Republicans in the House of Representatives, maybe? I don't know. I need to double check, but I think it might have been House of Representatives or something. Republicans for sure. who were trying to push a statement or push something to the WNBA on Caitlin Clark, like, hey, so the defense, they seem to be very rough with Caitlin Clark, so you need to make sure you protect her because, like, she's the face of the league. She's the reason why people are even watching the WNBA. We're just lies, 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 and more lies. Who the hell told them these lies? Caitlin Clark, the face of the WNBA? Are you insane? Caitlin Clark is not the face of the WNBA. Anyone who says it is a liar. Liar, okay? She is not the face of the WNBA. I'm saying this right now. This is a fact. Fact. In fact, I'm pretty sure the current face of the league right now is A'ja Wilson. Okay? 4-time WNBA MVP. 4-time I think she's a 4-time WNBA Finals MVP, 4-time WNBA champion. She got all the accolades. She's the current face of the league, A'ja Wilson. Okay, and regarding with Caitlin Clark is usually tied to Angel Reese, and she the real it girl between the two of them. Okay, I said what I said. Now, granted, this is my first season watching the WB. Yeah, but also I've been around the whole drama between the whole this I guess rivalry between Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark. And I'm gonna say this: Caitlin Clark is talented. However, her crying wolf is giving too much. And the white woman, the white woman fragility thing is really irritating me, and it makes it hard to even watch her play, especially against more physical teams. Like, I can't just. She irritates me, and her fans irritate me more. Truly. I might be I am a new WNBA fan, but I'm not watching the games because of Caitlin Clark. I'm gonna tell you that right now. I watch because of Angel Reese from the Atlanta Dream, A'ja Wilson from the Las Vegas Aces, and Olivia Moss in the Minnesota Lynx. Okay. And that's just only the top 3 on my head right now. I'm just seeing from other players too. I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to keep watching. I'm going to keep learning your names. I'm going to keep watching and see what y'all do. Because to be quite honest, there definitely are a few teams I think are just organizationally are pretty bad. But talent-wise, there's not really an actual bad team as a talent. It's just more of your execution and making sure you have a good group and stuff so you can, get the wins. But besides that, just about every team is pretty talented. So there's no such things as tanking in the WNBA. No tanking. The men's league, there's tanking. Women's league, hell nah. Can't even afford to do that tanking stuff. Child, there are 15 teams in this league. Half of the men's league. Half. There's 30 in the men's league. And they play way more games. They play like nearly double than the women. Child, and that season's long. So yeah, I just had to say that because it just really irritated me about that, because I'm just like, see, now you're just gonna make the women's league worse. And also, the women's league has been existing for 30 seasons, 29 years technically, but 30 seasons, y'all. 30th season right now. Love it. Anyways, let me catch up on these comments. Nothing against Minnesota as a city, or Minneapolis really as a city. The Frosts have a racist head coach. Yeah, that is something I have heard about, and now I'm just like, miss me on the hockey. Just miss me with hockey. I'm not one for hockey, but I don't like the vibe of hockey. Hence why I don't read hockey romance. I could do professional women's hockey league, but I've seen buzz about that. Yeah. Also, another thing too about the I need people, because I saw a few bookish posts where people had the Sophie Cunningham, her pointing her finger. Libby did this like a couple of days ago, and I was so mad because here's the context about that one. Actually, the whole Sophie Cunningham with her finger pointing thing. And if you do not know, Sophie Cunningham is a white woman. That's very important information. Because this is during a scuffle between the Phoenix Mercury and the Indiana Fever in a game, I think that happened like a couple weeks ago, if I remember correctly. And child, yeah, there's a whole foul, there's a whole thing, and she was being very. It was very much a microaggression towards black women when she was doing her finger thing. Okay, so anytime I see people using that picture, that's showing Sophie Cunningham. Nah. Also, her politics also kind of trash as well. So nah, I don't want to see people being doing the finger thing. Okay, there's other finger related memes you could use, picture frame things you could use for the WNBA. It doesn't have to be something that's related to a microaggression towards a black woman. Okay, I just need that to be said. Look, people be talking about Love Island USA and the drama over there. I have sports drama. That's just what I be engaging in. Ooh, women's sports display at the library next month. Oh, let's go. Let's go. Yes, that's what I want. I want that for my libraries. I need to find if there is a library in my county that has something like that. I would love to see a display for women's sports with Aja Wilson and Angel Reese because, oh my gosh, they're great. Also, I want Angel Reese's newest shoe. It's some sort of like poison ivy kind of thing. I really love the color because again, it's green. Let me find it. This is okay. Sorry, there's the glare. There we go. This is her newest shoe that is released, and I really like it. In fact, I really want it to. It's so nice. Also, the picture. Look at her. Okay, look at her. Look at Madame. She's that girl. I love it. Truly, I had to save it on my phone because I'm like that. 3 Caitlin Clark books. I'm gonna do my best I can do to keep them off the display. But if it gets popular now, they have to go out. That's true. I didn't even know Caitlin Clark has books. Well, then again, it kind of makes sense. But still. I mean, it's popular, you know. You cater to your patients, but still. That's fair. It's a real white sport. Yeah, I'm just down with hockey. Yeah, there were 2 black girls drafted for the 2026-2027 season. Hopefully they'll get signed. Hopefully, indeed. That is indeed hopeful, but I'm not holding my breath on that one. It's not a high number. I figured as much with this one. I was like, yeah, not very high. But yeah, I can imagine it being a very, very white sport because I watched WNBA because again, I've seen like a lot of black women. And granted, there's a lot of white women as well in the women's league, but also there's a lot of queer black women. There's actually just a lot of queer women in that league. That also makes you go, yeah, right here. And of course, I watch American football that has a lot of black men play, white men as well, but mostly black men. So, yeah. Lala's getting signed. She was one of the stars of the Olympics, right? Because that's right. Because the women's team did win gold, just like the men's team did also win gold, and yeah, but that's kind of it. That's the only time I ever really watched anything regarding hockey was during the Winter Olympics. Other than that, I don't care about hockey. I don't really care because both the men and the women were in the game for the gold. So yeah, that was kind of it. Yeah, I don't mess with hockey at all. My main sports is American football and basketball, and then now I'm looking at football because now I'm like, well, now I need to be invested in what's going on in the World Cup because I want to watch the women play, which I will be watching. It's going to happen next year. And I think it's available on Netflix, I think in the United States and Canada. I think so. Which is going to suck, though, because one thing I really liked about the fact that it is the men's World Cup is hosted here in the United States is that I get the option for Telemundo. And that's what I want. I want Telemundo because I actually watched the Egypt versus Argentina game on Telemundo. I watched the game the entire time. I only did that because even though I don't speak Spanish, I don't even understand the game enough to watch the game in English. So I was like, I'm not going to understand regardless of the language. So I might as well just watch it in Spanish. And then when there's a goal, I could hear the goal. Like I can hear that. So yeah, it's great. It truly is great when I hear that on Telemundo. They know how to drag it out. Although I did watch part of the game though where the guy was clearly losing his voice though. I was like, oh my gosh, bro, can someone give him a cough drop? Yeah, that's right. The women's pro baseball league. It's first season. So why I wanted to do a women's sports display next month makes sense. That's right. Women playing baseball. There are 4 teams. One for New York, one for Boston, one for San Francisco, one for Los Angeles. I don't remember the actual like team names or anything like that right now, but I just remember the locations. That's it. 2 in the West Coast are really shoot. 2 of them in the West Coast in California, and the other 2 are in the East Coast, New York, Boston, stuff like that. Looking forward though to the season starting, and I'm also looking forward to having more teams. So yeah. All right, y'all. That's it. I had a really long chatty bit because I had to talk about sports. I just do. That's my drama. I don't know nothing about Love Island USA. The only the things that I know, quote unquote, know about Love Island USA is against my will. Truthfully. But if y'all want to talk about it, I mean, y'all can have your opinions on it, but I don't have much to comment besides react because I don't be watching. But regardless, though, we should definitely start where is it? Our 5th sprint. New York Heights. That's what it is. Heights. San Francisco Firebells. The Los Angeles Queens. Boston Hunters. All named after feminist trailblazers. Nice. I have to do research on the trailblazers because I'm like, I don't know what team to root for. I mean, I could easily just root for New York, but just because. But so since my mom is from New York and all the things, but grew up in New York. But I might want to root for someone else. I don't know. I don't think I'll root for a Boston team though. I'm like, I don't know if I'm a Boston, Massachusetts, anyone, because again, I just think of the Boston Celtics or Celtics actually. I keep forgetting that people say Celtics when really it's pronounced. It takes me wait. For any Boston fan, do y'all pronounce for anyone who's fan of like the Boston men's basketball team? Is it pronounced Celtics or Celtics, or is it supposed to be different? Maybe it's supposed to be pronounced Celtic, so it's not confused with Celtic, which is an actual like language group and the culture and stuff. I don't know. Regardless, I don't think I'll root for Boston Hunters. Even though I like Hunters as a name, I'm not doing with Boston. I do like Queen, but I don't know about LA. Fire Bells does sound nice, but I think New York Heights might be more my thing. You're rooting for San Francisco because there's a player from a city I'm close to. Hey, that's fair. That is totally fair. I know we need to do some research on this league though, because I need to know more about inspiration for the names, and also who's gonna be playing. Like I want to learn a little bit more, so I'm not like completely like a noob. Well, I'll still be a noob because everyone's a noob. So, anyways, where's the thing, Bobber? Okay, cool. We should definitely start then officially now the 5th sprint. So happy reading productivity of the things, and we should reconvene in 45 minutes. So good luck. All right, y'all. That was the end of the sprint. Sorry, I just had to wait for family to finally leave the kitchen. But yeah, that was the end of the 5th sprint. Let me change the thing as I'm talking here. I finally finished reading the 8th volume of Nana, and child, choices were made. Let's just say choices were made that have lasting consequences. So, since that choice is now going to be made, I'm kind of just like, I didn't want to make that. I didn't want you to make that choice because I wanted more for you. Except you apparently did not want that for yourself. You were this character didn't want that for themselves. So I am going to be mad about it, but also just understand that, you know what? This is the choice that she's made. We'll see how this rolls out because consequences. It's just upsetting when someone has made a choice to do something that I believe they can have better, but I don't think they are quite confident enough to pursue. So there's that. And then the other characters, they also have their own things going on as well. That is still fascinating, but I can't quite talk about quite at all, honestly, because it's just very spoilery. But this series is shaping up to be maybe my favorite series of all time. I mean, again, Fullmetal Alchemist, y'all, amazing. But this series, I fear this is going to be a much better series. So we shall see. But well, yeah. But it's not even just the fact that this particular character doesn't feel that. I guess doesn't really feel strong. She's also being manipulated as well, so and controlled, and it's just so frustrating. And it's also frustrating that there are people who aren't even around this character to make sure that she is not being controlled, but unfortunately she is being controlled, and it's just so frustrating. I don't even know, but yeah, I just gotta say it's a very good story, y'all. It's very good. Oh, looks like volume 9. Oh, that's why volume 9 is longer. Interesting. There's the 4 chapters. We have bonus pages, and apparently there's a bonus story about a particular side character. Hmm. Hmm. I'm not curious. Okay, sorry. I'm getting distracted. But it looks like Julie. Oh, young man. He's the worst. Truly awful stuff. Awful. Oh, Julie had to head out. It's bedtime. Thanks for having experience. Hope to catch you again tomorrow. Thank you, Julie, for joining us. Good night's sleep. Excuse me. Leslie's here again, working on putting together a pin photo for a segment later this week, and appreciate the company because I'm ready to sleep. Well, we're definitely here to give you company because I'm still here to read. And so far, I got 1 book read. Manga Nana volume 8. So that's 1. Now I'm working on volume 9. Let's go. 30. You read 30 pages. Let's go. All right, making some good progress. I know that's right. I know that's right. I think since we are at midnight now, I think this is a perfect time actually to work on the next sprint. Even though we went over the break, so yeah, we don't have much to really do much talking. What am I reading? Oh, I'm reading Nana, the manga series by Ai Yazawa. That's what I'm reading. I just can't talk much about it because again, I'm so far into the manga series, and there's a lot of things that happen that I will have to explain, and I can't quite do anyways. So, yeah. But anyways, it is midnight here in Central Standard Time, so we should definitely start the sixth sprint. So happy reading, productivity, all the things, and we should reconvene in 45 minutes. Good luck. Salutations, y'all. That was the end of the 6th sprint. Let me go to the caption, hide that. Y'all let me know how that sprint went for y'all. So I just had to update the thing with Bubber. Looks like Scorpio Queen's gonna check out, or at least try to check out Nana, the manga series. And I'm still reading volume 9. I just made it to chapter 31. I don't remember what the chapters are for volume 9. I didn't look. I didn't look that deeply. Oh well. I'll worry about it later. But yeah, things are falling into place, and it was something that I noticed for volume 8, but I thought it was only for volume 8. But we kind of switched perspectives between between the two Nanas, because the first several volumes it was with one particular Nana, and now and then volume 8 and even in volume 9, the internal monologue is actually for the other Nana, which is interesting choice. Which I think it makes sense. And I'm also curious to know. No, I'm curious to see what that POV shift means within the series as a whole. It's just something I've noticed that I didn't know they would change like that. I don't know, just something I'm thinking about. So if you are still here, let me know in the chat how far you've gone in your reading. If not, we can start the very next sprint, even though we still have a break. I also kind of like a very, very late dinner, but I'm kind of eating it slowly because it is kind of late to be eating food. But I wanted to munch on something since I didn't have a snack. So, yeah. I still really need to work on my reading journal, though. Oh, yeah, I forgot. I was like, wait, where did I put my reading journal? I forgot. It's like right here where my iPad is. Because I made it like a 2-page, like I made a spread that's like big enough for my review for the first 7 volumes. So I should get to writing about those volumes before I forget. Because I feel like we're going to have a huge shift between volumes 8 through 14 that I need to make sure I keep straight of what happened. Especially now that I know about the perspective changes. I was like, oh, wait, I know I really got to keep track of this stuff. But something to think about, indeed. All right. Let's see. I'm just going to skip the break. You're at another 30 pages. Okay, that's good. Seems to me like you're reading 30 pages every just about 45 minutes, 50 minutes ish. Sorry. Which is good. That's good. Glad we're making good progress here. But we definitely should start the next sprint though. This is the 7th sprint. So happy reading, productivity, other things, and we should reconvene in 45 minutes. Good luck. Hey y'all, that was the end of the 7th sprint. Let me know how that sprint was for y'all. Get that thing up. Get that saved for the 8th sprint. I love your journal pages. Thank you, Scorpio Queen. I do need to keep working on the journal though, because I don't want to keep reading and then I like completely forget certain things to make note of in the journal. But we'll worry about it another time. And I forgot. I already have all these physical books. I need to return the physical books back to my shelf. Just taking up space now. Or what about that later? But anyways, I'm almost done with reading volume 9. Dang, I didn't realize I was almost done. Dang, kind of pooey. Oops, that's the wrong thing. Hold up. Where is do this? Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna switch to borrowing. If there's any particular volume that's available for me to borrow, so I can read it on the iPad version, I'm gonna do that because I genuinely hate doing the way that I had it before because it was definitely formatted for an e-reader. So I made it to chapter 32. Okay, well apparently there's a bonus story, so I'm gonna work with that. I need to finish reading the bonus story in volume 9, and then I could get to volume 10. But I do think I need to pace myself though, because as much as I want to marathon this series, I do need to make sure though that I'm like absorbing everything. Because I am, but I'm not remembering what happened in which volume quite yet. I mean, I kind of am, but I do need to make note of it. So, yeah. Took a break and started working on your reading journal. Nice. Maybe that's what I also need to do. Like before I read volume 10, I should take a break so I can work on my reading journal. Oh my gosh, why do I have my stuff just... Let me just push the laptop back. Sorry, I need to move some things around because I just have stuff everywhere and it's taking up too much space. So I need to like rearrange some things. I'll get it figured out. I definitely need to work on my reading journal though. It's not like being neglected. Like kind of recently I had to update it, especially for June, since I wasn't home to like update it and stuff. And also, I do need to film the mid-year reading journal flip through video. I don't know when I'm going to do it though, because like there are a couple things I kind of missed that I need to like print again. But then I'm like, but I don't want to print just that. That'd be kind of uninspiring, in my personal opinion. So yeah, but I'll figure it out though, because I still really want to film that video. And I don't want to forget to do so. So we'll figure that out. Yeah, I need to update my reviews on several books. Especially the way that I'm changing things up for the second half of the year too. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just kind of like thinking, not gonna lie, just looking at my pages that I set up for reviews. I'll figure it out later. But it looks like the break is gonna start. Not the break. The break is gonna be over pretty soon. So, if nothing else, we might as well start the 8th sprint right as we get to the end of the break. So happy reading, productivity, all the things, y'all, and we shall reconvene in 45 minutes at 3, 2, 1, go. Salutations, y'all. That was the end of the 8th sprint. Just gonna change that right now from 8th to 9th. Oh, whoops, that's not what I want to do. Get rid of that. Thank you. Sound like Silver King was good with our initial sprint, but then had to go to bed. So thank you, Scorpio Queen, for joining us. Well, I am practically done with volume 9 of Nana. And y'all, this was really good. This was really, really good. This is a really good series. I'm just keep reading these volumes and I'm just like, how does it keep getting better to me? Like, I don't think it's slowing down at all. I don't think it's bad. I think we're progressing. We're learning more about the characters. We get to know a lot more about the characters' back. Some, like, with the background characters, the side characters' backstories. We also get at least a little bit more insight. I don't know about a full backstory. I also get to see how certain characters be very unlikable, but they also have really big overlap. Like, the two Nanas really are just two sides of the very same coin. It's just fascinating to me how similar they both are. And I really do want what's best for both of them, but they keep making these mistakes, and until then it's too late. And it's just like, not one is better than the other. Even though I'm clearly frustrated with one of the Nanas than the other, I'm still kind of realizing, like, the other Nana is not that much different than the one I'm most frustrated with, like, at all. They're both frustrating in their own ways. And I want what's best for both of them. But I don't know. Maybe the chasm between the two of them is hard to cross. Or maybe it still can. I don't know. Hmm. Hmm. Well, if you're still going strong, you're still here, you're still up, thank you. Um I think we should have enough time for the two more sprints. We're gonna start the I think we should start the 9th sprint um very, very soon. I'm gonna turn off the break and just start the timer when it's exactly 2:30 a.m. Because I really want to line it up that, like, these sprints will end around 4 a.m. Yep, there we go. All right, y'all. Happy breeding, productivity, all the things, and we should reconvene in 45 minutes. Good luck on the 9th sprint. All right, y'all. That was the end of the 9th sprint. If you're still here, say hi in the chat. Because, y'all, I'm tired. And also, I gotta leave the house tomorrow. And other people in my house and my family wants to leave the house as well. So I'm gonna have to push back the timing for part 2 of this readathon by like a couple of hours. Initially, it was supposed to start at like 10 a.m. I think I'm gonna push them to like 12 p.m. just to give myself a little bit of breathing room, just in case we have outdoor adventures that bleed over to the start of a readathon. Also, I do think the couple hours is gonna be good for me to just get a little bit more rest as well. So, yeah, I do know we still have time to do. Actually, no, we don't really have time for one more sprint. Yeah, we don't have time for another sprint. It will go over the 4 a.m. So actually, that was technically speaking the last sprint. Hello, thank you for joining. Thank you for joining. Can't join because you're in the office with these sprints. Help with productivity. Well, I'm glad that these sprints were helpful, but unfortunately, that was the last sprint. I have to go to bed pretty soon, actually. I'm supposed to go all till 4 a.m., but we don't have time for another 45-minute sprint before 4 a.m. And I am getting a little sleepy. So, yeah, won't be able to do much, unfortunately. But it's totally fine, though, because I'm going to be ready for part 2. Hope you are having fun Stitch Day. Thank you. I hope you are also having a really good day, too, even though I do have to close out these sprints. But thank you, though, for everyone. Yes, good night. Thank you for everyone, though, who has joined me at all, or whether it's you're talking in the chat or you were just lurking, you just having the background while you were doing stuff. I hope that I think tomorrow I'll try to like wear the onesie. Today was just not it for me to wear the onesie. So I think part 2 I will actually wear the Stitch onesie. So at least we can get the actual true Stitch Day like feeling, And the next part of this readathon is supposed to be another 10 hours. So even though I'm going to start the sprints at noon, I had to reschedule stuff. Even though I'm going to start the sprints at noon, the sprints won't end until like 10 p.m. So it'll be from 12 to 10 p.m. to make sure we get the full 10 hours. But I gotta say though, part 1 I think went pretty well. I think we had good discussions. We had people coming in and out. And I finished reading 2 books. So that's great. Read 2 volumes of Nana. I read volumes 8 and 9. Feel very happy about that. And then I think for later on today, I'm going to try to read volumes 10 and 11, even though part of me does want to like catch up in my reading journal and probably do other things. So we'll see. We'll see what I really do. But that's kind of the sorry for the yawning. But that'll be pretty much it. Let me stop sharing the screen, actually. There's no point in me having that screen on. But thank you all, though, for joining me. Okay, can someone, like, get their food? The thing is done. Okay, well, if you hear any beeping in the background, it's the microwave reminding people that, hey, your food's done warming up, and it's going to be annoying. I'm going to just turn it off right now, actually. There's just no point in just letting it do its thing. Yeah, so good night, y'all. See you all basically in the morning. Well, afternoon, actually. I have to reschedule the sprint, so it's actually like right. But yeah, peace. I hope I see you all for part 2 of the readathon.